makes you feel a little hungry for beef and wonder if it's what's for dinner. That tune is, in fact, you could say, quoted in Copeland's Appalachian Spring, which was used for a certain commercial that many folks remember. I'd like to play a tune that I wrote. Up next, it's called New Dress Strut. I purchased a new dress, and a friend of mine, Dr. Mary Kroll, who I sometimes get to play music with, suggested that I write a piece for the new dress on my 5-string fiddle. The next one I want to play is a Scottish piece, also called O'er the Muir Among the Heather, and it is a Scottish pastoral with variations, also known as Aldivolk. This piece is also available on my album Hazardous Fiddle, and you can hear it there with the cellist Betsy Tinney. Next, I'd like to tell you about a fiddle camp I've been going to since I was about 13. It's called Jinkindiddle, which is a funny name that comes from a Robert Burns poem, and he wrote in a letter to a fiddler friend, "Hail be your heart, hail be your fiddle, lang may your elbunk Jinkindiddle." And so it takes its name from that. But the chief instructor of that camp is a man called Dr. John Turner, and he wrote a tune called The James and Spate, which is a river in Virginia, and to be in spate is to be in full rushing flow. So. So, what do I have up next? I thought I'd play the first track off my album. It's called Cliffs and Castles, and it opens with an air I wrote called The Hand That You Left Here. And the title of that air is taken from a song called Writing Again by a band called We're About Nine. And then it goes into Drummond Castle and Cliffs of Moher, a Scottish and an Irish dig respectively. listening. We're coming into the last third of this concert, and I've got a few more for y'all. I thought I'd play Whiskey Before Breakfast, which is a fairly well-known tune, and I learned it first as an Irish fiddle tune, and then as a bluegrass fiddle tune, and I thought I would play both those versions for y'all. And just a few left for y'all. This one is some Scottish tunes. The Pigeon on the Gate, The Piper of Dundee, and The Pigeon on the Gate again.
Know some things about
ways. Once civilization ends, how do I make
finding the solar power and living within our means while slowly growing out to where we need, and what kind of society would develop around that. Period. And not enough people have read it.
Submit to a resource assessment. They create a resource map to see who has what. Do people have seeds?
Things that you're giving to other people that will
all this
cost
sort of stuff,
hundreds
so
or
they can
thousands
do
of
a
dollars.
really
And things like
broad
that.
assessment. What do we have, and can we do this? And then it becomes, against the group's rules to hide
line
things.
item in there.
Like they're like, we won't necessarily take it from you, but if you hide it from us, then you'll go up in front of a panel and you might get kicked out of
Madison,
the community.
Wisconsin for WisCon, putting them up in a hotel for a few nights.
All of that, and it's a fair bit of money. You're absolutely right. I think when push comes to shove, it's for two people it ends up coming up to somewhere around $10,000 a year. One for Clarion and one for Clarion West.
Right. Whereas the Otherwise Award in total with, we give out a few fellowships that are a few $100, and we give out the annual award, and we have the cost of running the organization as a whole, all in all, even in a quote normal year, that's under $10,000. And so can we talk a little bit about what some of the yearly budgets of some of these other organizations are?
Yeah, sure, that'd be great. But Cheryl has a question too, but let's come back to that too.
Yeah, I was just going to say that budget plans are all very well, but what you really need to do is to keep track of what you're spending and why you are spending it. And this is something that will inform you as your business carries on over the years. I mean, I know how much it costs me to get a domain name and to buy ISBNs and to send a new book to the printers and all that sort of stuff. But then there's other things that happen, like I go to conventions and I buy a dealer table, or I do some advertising in a convention program book. And all these things are costs, and you don't necessarily think about them when you're doing your budget plan. You might not even know how much they will cost when you're doing your budget plan. But you need to track these and you need to allocate those costs to what they're doing to get a better understanding of how the business is working.
Yeah, Marianne?
Well, I want to echo that and just give two concrete suggestions that I found really helpful. One is to have a separate account for your business. Lots of people don't do that. It will make your life so much easier, in part because you can have a debit card for that account and use that every time you're buying something for the business. So when I travel and I'm going to a convention, I use that debit card because going to cons is a business expense for me. And that was actually true for me as a writer, separate from the SLF. So for my writing business, I have a business account and I use my debit card for all of that. And a debit card is helpful because it keeps you from spending more than you should on your business, right? It kind of makes you pay attention to the budget. And then my second concrete suggestion is, again, like 25 years as a writer, 20 plus years running nonprofits. This summer, I got a bookkeeper and accountant for the first time. And I'm like, my God, I should have done this so long ago. Again, they're both part-time. They put in a couple of hours a month, and they are worth their weight in gold because they, like the bookkeeper gives me a monthly spreadsheet. Here's your money out. Here's your money in. Here's your expenses. And she enters all that stuff into the spreadsheet for me. I don't have to do it. She has access to the bank account. She can grab whatever info she needs out of that. And then she makes me beautiful pie charts, right? Because she has accounting programs that let her do that really easily. And it just makes it all much more visual, much easier to see. And then you can look at your pie chart and be like, okay, the Better Business Bureau recommends that businesses under 50,000, businesses under 5 million a year spend, I was just looking this up yesterday, businesses under 5 million a year spend about 7 to 8% on marketing and promotion. My pie chart says I'm only spending 1% on marketing and promotion. Maybe I should rethink that. There's no use doing this great thing if nobody knows about it, which has been a perennial problem of mine for decades, right? Like Strange Horizons is very underpublicized. The SLF is very underpublicized. Everything I do, very underpublicized. And that's going to be one of my main goals this coming year is to just put the appropriate amount of resources towards that and also towards documentation. Sorry, that has nothing to do with any of the other stuff, but that is another thing that I think a lot of nonprofits, small groups, they rely on. Here's a bunch of people who know everything and they don't document what they're doing and there's no manual of procedures, and then somebody gets sick or someone moves out of state or whatever it may be, or there's a big fight between the founders or whatever it is, and you have to start from scratch, right? And it's terrible. It's all of this wasted labor. So take the time to document, take the time to promote what you're doing. Okay, I'll let somebody else talk.
Well, Marianne, let me follow up on this with Suma's question on this, which was, so what would be the annual budget for the SLF and for when you were running it for Strange Horizons? Strange
Horizons was 10 to 20,000 a year. I'm not sure what they're at right now. It's been 18 years since I ran it, so I don't know where they are. The SLF is interesting because I would say what happened with them is I started it in 2004, ran it sort of gangbusters for a couple of years. We gave out awards. We had a mentoring program. We started the grants. we had a technology exchange. We were building out this resource website. And then you have a little bit of a founder problem, which is that in 2007, I became pregnant at age 35 and realized that with my full-time day job and trying to be a writer, I couldn't do justice to the SLF. So we ended up deciding to put everything on the back burner, essentially. We archived a bunch of the programs. Malon Edwards put in volunteer time as grant administrator to keep it running, keep the grants going. And he basically carried it for more than a decade. So our budget in those years was like, I don't know, $1,000 to $3,000 a year. It was just people gave us money for the grants. We gave the grants out again. Now it's gotten much bigger, but it's hard to, so there's a thing about 501c3s, which is that donations to us are tax deductible. That means that we can serve as a fiscal sponsor or fiscal agent for nonprofits that are not 501c3s. And Victor actually did our 501c3 application way back in the day, and we're very grateful. Use the resources of your community. He volunteered his time to do that. So when we count our money, the budget that we spend is somewhere around $5,000 to $15,000 a year right now. But our pass-through budget can be as close to $50,000. It doesn't really count in that sense. People donate the money to us, and we take a 5% percentage and give the rest, pass it through to the other org. So sorry, it's a little weirdly complicated because of the pass-through stuff. And the library that I serve on the board of is a $9 million budget.
Yeah, one additional note in acting as a fiscal sponsor, increasingly the IRS wants organizations that do act as fiscal agents to have some commonality, some common sense of purpose between what they already do and who they are fiscally sponsoring, right?
Yeah, and so we served as fiscal sponsor for FogCon, for the Odyssey writing workshop. So those were all very much centered in the field, and I think that's appropriate. We pushed it a little this spring because we got a request from a local org that was doing meals to medics, and they needed a fiscal agent. And so we ended up taking $30,000 in donations for that and passing it along to them. They found the donors, and we were just the funnel. And I ended up sort of, well, we can justify this because we're starting up a makerspace and we're going to be teaching cooking classes along with writing classes. So Meals to Medics is sort of close enough that the IRS, and it's COVID related. Nobody's going to get mad at us. Knock on wood.
So we've had our 10-minute warning, a little bit of a note. Did either Cheryl or Eileen want to add to some of that?
Just in terms of budget, I've just been looking up my accounts for Wizards Tower Press, and the last full set of accounts that I've got, we took in £15,500 over the year. There was about £2,000 profit on that, which obviously is not enough to pay me a salary. But out of that, I managed to pay authors £11,500, which I'm really, really pleased about. And yeah, Wizards Tower is not there to make me money. It's there to be something that I do in my spare time, which makes authors and artists and editors and whatever money. So that's my little contribution.
We have a comment that one of the things about this is that no one is actually making huge amounts of money off of this, and that's sometimes something to talk about.
I mean, do you know? I mean, there are. We don't know that for sure. It's hard. You can't prove a negative. In most of our organizations that the five of us are talking about, it sounds like no one's getting rich.
Science fiction does not pass the Willie Sutton test. Okay, yeah. You're not here to make money. The Willie Sutton test. Willie Sutton was a famous bank robber in the 30s, and when he was finally captured, they asked him, "Why did you do it? He robbed so many banks." He said, because that's where the money is.
Well, they're scammers, though. I imagine the scammers, at least some of the scammers are making at least part of a comfortable living.
Let me pivot with us having only a little bit more time here. Or, Cheryl, did you want to finish your thought? I'm sorry.
I was just going to say that there's a common thing out there that people who run WorldCons make fantastic sums of money out of it. I mean, it's a long time since I saw a WorldCom budget, but back in 2002, we thought we might be the first ever WorldCom with $1 million turnover, and over half of that went on the facilities,
right?
Just paying the convention center, and I didn't keep track of how much it cost me, but I know that it cost Kevin Stanley over $50,000 to actually run a WorldCom in terms of money that he spent traveling to places and convention membership.
I run this little mini con, which is 100 to 300 attendees usually, but a South Asian lit convention, and we bring in people from all over. So we often have 30 panelists, international people coming in, and I found it terrifying because every time I was like, are we going to get enough registrations that I'm not going to need to put $5,000 on my personal credit card to make it happen? And we like always like just barely broke even. I found it too stressful to keep doing, in fact, and if I were going to do it again, I would run a Kickstarter first to fund it. That option is much more available now, and it really helps alleviate a lot of the budget stress.
I'd like to hear, and we don't have much time left, but what your takeaway is now. So much money, and it's all this volunteer time, and it's all this agony. How do you feel about it now, having done all that, not having made a fortune, and for anybody?
Sure.
Marianne?
I mean, I don't know.
If I could go next time.
It was super fun. Like I think Strange Horizons was just great fun to run for 2 years, and I got so much pleasure and joy out of it. I think it may well be like my most lasting literary contribution, period. So aside from all my, like more than any of my own writing. So I don't know, I think it was a delight, and I'm excited about what we're doing with the SLF, even if I do have to I tend to like make big plans and then have to retrench because I don't actually have enough time to do all the big plan stuff. But then, 3 months later, I make another big plan. And if you keep doing that, it accretes, and eventually you actually have some stuff, right? So.
Sumana.
I am maybe a little bit more in the middle of my journey, or the earlier part of my journey, just because the main thing that I have done in SFF organizations is just a few years ago joined the board of the Otherwise Ward. I think that there's a saying that you're supposed to each one teach one, or something like that. And if I could go back in time, I would have tried to put more energy from the very first moment into finding my replacements. Yeah. To setting things up so that I could more easily be replaced, and so I'll just mention to you right now, the main thing that got me onto the board of the Otherwise Award is that I am the auctioneer who provides some entertainment and helps raise money every year at WisCon for the Otherwise. So if you are watching this and you have a bit of a funny bone and you care about expanding the scope of how we understand gender in speculative fiction, maybe consider talking with me about whether you could be an apprentice auctioneer for next year.
A little bit of a warning. We are at our 3-minute warning, maybe 2-minute warning at this point. So any concluding thoughts? It's so clear from our comments that we could go for another 2 hours easy on this topic. So
I have one, which is that, the Infinite Matrix was it ended 12 years ago. You tend to think, well, that was then. But right now,
50 years ago's version
Ruff's
of
Lovecraft Country is a hit on
as opposed to if
Netflix.
you look at the current ideas about
that was sparked by Pam Knowles' essay Shame, which I published in the Infinite
link I
Matrix.
did gives a very
Her essay is still getting hits.
Micro example
the Infinite Matrix is still up there, and it's still getting hits.
Totally wiped out.
And
as Tobias was saying, it's not
probably
during,
the happiest thing.
So one of the
happiest
victims
I
you
am
didn't
about
realize
the
was
Infinite
victim of Black
Matrix
Death
was my
Black Death
ability
comes
to
in
nurture and
1348.
publish that essay by Pam. And I can see that it's, when I first read Lovecraft Country, I'm thinking, wow, this is really familiar. And Matt admitted he was inspired by Pam's essay.
Thank you very much, Eileen. That will go into my comments on Lovecraft Country in the next Salon Futura. That's a bit of research that I don't need to do. I'm shocked actually at the number of people commenting on the TV series who have no idea that there's a book, but there you go. That's another issue altogether. In terms of my wrap up, I just want to come back to something that Marianne said earlier on, and she talked about starting organizations and inspiring people to be interested in the project and inspiring people to work for her. And over the years, that is the one thing I have learned, is that I do not have Marianne's skills of inspiring people. And that's one of the reasons why I tend to do solo projects, and they will grow if other people decide to come on board. But being able to inspire people is a really, really important skill.
Yeah, you need to have somebody who's willing to stand up on a chair in the middle of the tea party or whatever it is and just tell it like it, you know, we used to have these Strange Horizons tea parties and people would come to the party, but if you don't pause at some point, climb up on a chair and be like, hey, this is what we are, this is how you can support us, this is how you can get involved. There's a lot of people who have good feelings towards you in the room, but they need direction, right? So you got to have someone.
To cut you off here. We're going to be at our 50-minute mark. So thank you all for coming.
Thank everyone.
And there's lively discussion in Discord.
This has been great. Thank you.
Bye. Thanks, everybody. See you on Discord.
Is places which have a tradition of like jury rigging things, which is kind of prevalent where I'm from, to build things cheaply from stair materials and come up with like unconventional solutions to things which in the West would just be like, oh, okay, we can throw more money at this, or we can throw more resources at this, which isn't necessarily going to work in a different situation and probably not in the democracy either.
Dave? Last thoughts? Preemie?
Oh, I think I shared mine.
Okay. Tobias? Sorry.
If you want to see, again, Bannerless has the very slow apocalypse in it too, that looks at how it's the second and third order effects that really eventually get you to that point. So again, I just want to hype Carrie Vaughn's Bannerless as being like the apocalypse done right.
I was just typing into the thing. I wanted to mention, if anybody hasn't seen the anime NASFiC from Studio Ghibli, I was reminded of it by Preemie's comments about transportation. The main character has this awesome glider, and she can go so far to bring resources back to her community or find out somebody is traveling near them. So that reminded me of that. So thank you all for, I think this was a fascinating conversation. I took lots of notes, and if you can join the audience in the Discord later, somebody we're in Olentangy,
Even, I think. Yeah.
Even?
Even.
Yep, because we started at noon. So Olentangy room even is the place to go next, or go eat lunch.
And then there's the group autographing.
It's frustrating. Oh, they can hear us.
All right, I believe we are live. So good morning to NASFiC attendees. We are here for the World Building Useful Adaptations for Disabled Characters panel. If you're looking for the flying monkeys, I think they're still at last night's party. You might need a TARDIS to find them at this point. I'm going to take a moment and let our awesome panelists introduce themselves, and we will get this show on the road. So let's go and start with Ace, please.
Hello, I'm Ace Tilton Ratcliffe. My pronouns are they, them. I'm a writer, multimedia artist, tends to dabble in more nonfiction than fiction, but a little bit of fiction here and there too. And I'm very excited to be here today.
Awesome. And Marike.
Hi, I'm Marieke Nijkamp. I'm a YA author, writer of graphic novels and comics. For the purposes of this, you probably maybe know me from my version of Barbara Gordon's Oracle, the Oracle code that came out earlier this year. My pronouns are completely optional. I have many conflicted feelings about pronouns and languages, but she, her, and they, them are usually okay. And I'm excited to be here.
Awesome. Day.
Hi, I'm Dale Muhammad and battling a very fussy black cat on my desk right now. Sorry, I'm a author, filmmaker, and actually a policy strategist and a senior advisor with the federal government. And for many, many years, I was a lobbyist, and in particular related to this panel, I actually worked on a lot of disability policy as it relates to technology and worked a lot with the FCC and for things like that. So I thought it might be kind of fun.
And Elsa.
Oh no, I think Elsa froze again.
Oh no.
I think so. Elsa's been having some connectivity issues.
I'm Elsa Hunas, speculative fiction writer. And my Zoom seems to be crashing. But I will hop on this on my phone and join you momentarily.
All right, awesome. Well, we await for Elsa to...
It's working now, yay!
Oh, yay!
You back.
I've finished my introduction. I won a Hugo Award, a Aurora Award, and a British Fantasy Award for my work on Disabled People Destroy Science Fiction, which is part of why this panel is happening, because we're going to destroy some things. Yay!
Yay! Destruction on a Sunday morning is always awesome. My name is Raven Oak. I am your moderator. I'm a science fiction and fantasy author out of the Seattle area. I'm a disabled, geeky, non-binary person who also has issues with pronouns, like Marike said. So, you know, she, her, or they, or them works for me. I'm not really picky because I'm more agender than non-binary, I guess. But
ooh, agender high five.
Yeah. So let's talk a little bit about the terms that we're using, because some people who are abled, who may not know a lot about the disabled community, may not be familiar with terms like accommodations and adaptive, assistive, and corrective, like what the differences are between all of these words when we use them. And so if we could take a moment, and I'll kind of let you guys hop in where you want, quick, you know, short and sweet definition or differences between these terms for us.
Where shall we start?
Well, the easiest one would be, first statement might be, the federal government alone has more than 53 definitions of disability as of last count. So anything we say here, you know, keep in mind all sorts of caveats there. How's that for an open?
There you go. There you go.
Good opening salvo. Yeah, I think maybe a really good place to start, especially for non-disabled people, is to let everyone know that disability encompasses mental illness, physical disability. I mean, there's a broad, wide range of disabilities that are covered. And although it varies from person to person, I have found that especially within the disability justice community, our preference is disabled person, not person with a disability. And you could spend 18 years getting into person first language versus identity first language, but I have a feeling most of us are going to agree on this panel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, maybe to add to that too, especially if you're non-disabled yourself, like if it's self-ID, that's perfectly fine. But if you're non-disabled, do stick to either disabled person or person with a disability, no differently abled, handicapable, or other things that make me want to vomit.
I was going to say, you're gonna make me puke off screen.
And I'll throw in too, because we're talking about what makes a disability. Like, you know, yeah, there are 53 different definitions of disability according to the federal government, but even within that, individual disabilities vary from person to person. Mm-hmm. I went to guide dog school last year. We had 14 people in one class. All of us were blind. Literally none of us had the same type of blindness. It didn't manifest the same way. It didn't look it. Some of us could see something, some of us could see nothing. There was a complete variety, and that's across the board for all disabilities. Everybody's disability is a little different.
We're not interchangeable. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Disability is not a monolith. Neither is any sort of marginalized experience, for that matter.
Nope.
Imagine that. We're individuals.
I know, right?
All right. Well, I know that for me being, I guess, somewhat new to my disability, my physical disability anyway, when I've heard terms like accommodations or adaptive or assistive, for the most part, they've been used interchangeably. It was more the corrective that I'd heard recently that was newer to me. So I was kind of looking at that question as more of a, you know, is there a difference in those terms that I'm missing that I'm not aware of? Because if I'm not aware of it being fairly new to us, I know that a lot of abled people are not as well. So is that something in the community that you can use those terms interchangeably, you know, and not be offensive, I guess would be the question.
So the example that I came up with for this when I constructed this panel was thinking about different kinds of adaptive devices. Mm-hmm. So able-bodied people get real excited on Twitter when somebody decides to post a photo of, say, a wheelchair with treads that can go upstairs, or a massive exoskeleton pair of legs that you have to like strap yourself into like half of a mecha, and it'll help you walk, because of course walking is the ideal, right? And this is where we all twitch. These ideas of we can make you better and we can fix it so that you fit into the able-bodied world instead of an adaptive device that lets you adapt to the world. So like, my guide dog helps me get around just fine, or my white cane works just fine. It's not changing my body to fit into an able-bodied world. It's helping me adapt to it. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. Absolutely. All right. And that was the clarification I was hoping for, was just to make sure that everybody understood a little more detail about what we mean by adaptive and what we mean by, you know, in the description talking about the disabilities not mattering, because obviously they matter. So when we talk about adaptive devices, you know, Elsa, you just mentioned, you know, the mech suit for walking, you know, being not a good example of one. What types of adaptive devices are we as a community looking for when we're looking for representation in fiction? Like, what would you like to see?
I mean, I think in terms of just sort of future world building, I want to see us looking at things like cyberpunk and, you know, 15 minutes in the future stuff that's not erasing the disability. Because that's a lot of what I tend to see in science fiction is, well, we can just make you better. We don't have to actually engage with the fact that you have a disabled body. One of the examples of that would be Geordi LaForge's visor, which I love Geordi, but Geordi's adaptive device basically makes it so he can see.
Mm-hmm.
On that one. Any other thoughts from people? Help?
So I've got actually an actual great real world example. And so I'm going to pick something a little controversial, right? Cochlear implants, right? For folks who are abled in general, the idea is, isn't this great? People who could never hear can now, you know, hear again. And it's like, but there's not a recognition that it doesn't work the same way. It doesn't necessarily hear the same way. And by putting in that technology, it destroys any residual hearing. And never mind the fact that what it does when you're talking about folks who might be culturally deaf, right? This is a community, and this actually breaks away from that. But so I don't want to get too caught into that. But so there's this piece of technology that, as far as able people are concerned, allows folks to hear to some extent, but it is not perfect, and it really is limited in group situations and multiple areas. But the example is a lovely man in, I want to say it's Poland. I think it's Poland. I'm going to be wrong now. But, and he actually, his implant was set wrong. And so he was talking to some friends about the noise he kept hearing, that this high-pitched over the city at night, and it was the bats. It was set up in such a way that he was supposed to be for hearing people, but it was set up so broadly he could actually hear the bats over the city at night.
Oh, wow.
And he thought that was wonderful. He actually was trying to talk to the company, can I enhance this so I could actually hear them better and follow them, because that would be super awesome. And that's technology that exists now. And in some ways it allows for some kind of, I don't want to say superhuman, but really some things we wouldn't expect. It still doesn't work well for human speech necessarily every time, but that's neat. Now, here's where dystopian stuff comes in. That implant was built by a company, is owned by a company, and they basically said, we will not change this, and you cannot change this, because if you do, it will not only just void your warranty, we will take it back.
No.
So basically, this outside entity controls what this man can hear. But you want to talk 15 minutes in the future, how awesome is that? Can hear the bats over the city at night. So,
wow.
Sorry, I left us into the negative side as well, but it's very real, and this is a very true story right now.
I'll also point out that one of the things about cochlear implants that I personally find frustrating is that able-bodied people reach for them as plot devices a lot. And one, they don't actually solve all kinds of hearing loss. it's not a one-size-fits-all solution. And two, you literally have to drill a hole into your head to get one. So like, it's not an easy solution. It's not, you know, we put something in your skull to make you hear better. Like,
right. And that's not even to get into the complications of being in America and insurance.
Mm-hmm.
We do have a couple of questions that I'm noticing over here in the chat.
Yeah, I noticed a couple too. I know that looks like Jay is asking what the difference between a wheelchair and a mech suit is.
I mean, that's a pretty big question. I think ultimately what we're talking about here, and honestly, Jay, you're going to have to spend some time, I think, on your own doing research to really get into the nuances of this. And I think that if this is kind of your first experience having this conversation, you're going to likely have a gut feeling where you disagree with us, because I think a lot of non-disabled people feel that way. But the reality is that a lot of, not all of, disabled people, we don't want a mech suit. We don't want to be fixed. We don't want a different version that adds accessibility in a way that makes us closer to non-disabled. I don't want to get rid of my wheels. I like my wheels just fine. I take a wheels over, well, I mean, I guess if we were talking about Jaegers, maybe. But can't I be in the Jaeger in my wheels? I guess there's my question. I think really what it comes down to is we don't want to be fixed. And the version that everybody thinks of when dealing with disability involves us being fixed.
Well, and I especially don't want to be fixed in a way that requires more work for me. Like if I had to strap myself into a mech suit every day to walk, that's a lot of work for somebody who is, you know, disabled in the way that I am. I don't want to have to do more work to fit into an able-bodied world, if that makes sense.
So I also would argue, I think one of the toughest things is when we look at what people think of as the fix, they're missing a lot of what are the actual issues that somebody has with a disability, and what are the downsides of what are created. Like an exoskeleton sounds great, but look at the amount of effort it takes to strap into it every day. I'm like, dude, if I have to go pee, I'm like, you have to have it set up to get it in and out of that. I mean, let's you know, there's a whole lot of other things. Over time, if you have paralysis, I know a friend who starts to have that bone degeneration within his lower extremities. Being upright doesn't necessarily solve that. In fact, it could make parts of that worse, meaning you start breaking more limbs down below without realizing it. So the thing is, what we think of as a fix could be problematic and cause a whole lot of other issues. It's like when it comes to various forms of mental health conditions, right? We have so many psychiatric medications, and if you look at the kinds of side effects of those, they are life-changing side effects. You know, things like seizures become seen as normal. Well, it's okay. You can manage your mental illness, but you might have seizures, and that's okay.
Or thinking about, again, fixes in future settings, you know, okay, cool, you can give me sight in my right eye again. That's great. My brain rewired itself to see very poorly out of one eye. I have questions about how long it would take for me to learn how to read, walk, cook, do everything that I do now. You know, that's going to take time. Your body adjusts to being what it is. So if you suddenly are like, oh, hey, look, you're able-bodied now. It's like, how long is that going to take? I don't want to.
I think to this point too, because there's another comment coming from chat from someone saying, I would rather have those exoskeleton legs in my cane though. Like, it's definitely good to keep in mind that when it comes to fixes, when it comes to pretty much any discussion in disability community, people's opinions are going to differ. I would rather have my cane than an exoskeleton. That doesn't change the fact that someone else might think differently, that we have different approaches to what works for us, what kind of adaptations and forms of access we would like. I think what is important to keep in mind, especially when having conversations about fixes, is who has the conversation, like who starts the conversation, what is the underlying thought about having conversations like these. If it comes from a disabled point of view, I am perfectly happy accepting pretty much any perspective. If it comes from a non-disabled point of view, or even an insurance point of view, or this ableist idea of what is right and perfect and the right way to be human, not so much. But do keep in mind that when you hear us talking about what we would like and what we would like to see, that's still only our perspective on the whole situation. And as people in chat point out, there are others who think differently, and those opinions and those viewpoints are just as valid.
Yeah. And I think that involvement of disabled people is so important. You know, so frequently when you see the latest iteration of the walking mech suit, and then you go and you look at the team who's designed the walking mech suit, first off, there's very rarely, if ever, disabled people actually on that team. But secondly, and I have to use the word here, the inspiration for the walking mech suit is so frequently like, I have a mom, sister, brother, so on, so forth, who is disabled, and I wanted to fix this for them. And I think a lot of times, you know, to get into the complications, we're talking about making this body closer to what is being the right human, as you were saying. And we're not talking about the structures that are in place that are causing ableism and inaccessibility and a difficulty with access.
I had a conversation with a friend a couple of years ago, and I actually wrote about this in my essay for Disabled People Destroy Science Fiction. But we were having conversations about, hey, the world is super ableist and super inaccessible to most people. Should we not do something about that? And he was like, what if we just fixed all disabilities instead, though? I was like, well, you know, first of all, fuck you. Second of all, no. People are still... There's this weird idea about disability too, and you have to forgive me, I had a migraine yesterday, so my brain is still a bit fuzzy. But disability is not something like, obviously for some of us, disability is something we're born with. It was for me. I've been chronically ill my whole life. I've been autistic my whole life. I didn't just get that because of vaccinations, I don't think. But people are still going to get hit by cars. People are still going to get old. Like, bodies deteriorate. That is human life.
And
it is ridiculous to think that we should just fix everything instead of doing the far more simpler option of just making sure the world is accessible to all of us, and in the way we want it to be accessible, and in the way we want to be ourselves.
I also want to point out something that happens in Ada Palmer's Terra Ignota series, and I'm sure it happens in other books, but in the future there will be new fancy disabilities.
Oh yeah.
Look. When your brain just can't connect to the neural net. There's something about the way that your brain processes electronic pulses that means you can't use that technology. Suddenly, your disability is being cut off from the neural net. Hello?
2018 wasn't particularly prepared for long-haul COVID either, so the world changes. People change with it.
Right. And I think the problem is that in general, society is attached to the idea that the ideal body, right? The ideal body is the 2 arms, 2 legs, 2 eyes, 2 ears that work within a certain scale, right? And disability supposedly is the idea, like, you know, picture a spectrum. At this end, and this is where I go, this is society mainstream perspective, please keep it that way. This end, you've got someone with a significant disability, and then moving up, you've got, hey, this is like what the average, I'm throwing out all the offensive terms there, human is, all the way up here to, let's say, Olympic athletes, because they're supposed to be these ideal physical specimens. And this is what we have built, saying this is what humans look like. And disability supposedly is on the far left of the spectrum, right? But what happens when you start seeing Olympic athletes with disabilities who are starting to operate at the level of Olympic athletes? Doesn't that start to break that spectrum you're looking at. And I hate using Pistorius because he's an asshole, a murdering asshole. But this is a guy missing 2 legs who runs better than 90% of the rest of us, right? With or without disabilities. So shouldn't that put him on that far right? But he's still missing 2 of his legs, so doesn't that put him on the far left? So when we think about the idea of what the ideal human body looks like based on this spectrum we've been taught, people with disabilities in many ways, especially with accommodations, starts to break down. We got the idea of 2 arms and 2 legs. Well, what if suddenly we could add 2 extra arms for people, right? Suddenly you have a person who's doing the jobs that 3 people did and they're much better at it. Does society then change and say that's amazing? And now you guys with 2 arms are the ones with disabilities? And that's where I think Elsa's idea of what the future looks like starts to change a little bit. We are very attached to this meat bag of what we should look like, right? And maybe we should start to think about why are we so attached to this should and this perfect ideal when once you start looking at that spectrum and accommodations, we're already breaking that apart.
Also, let's be real here, space would change a whole lot. Like, I was on a panel a couple years ago at the Nebulas, and we were talking about what happens when you start to adapt for space. And I kind of wandered up to Kjell Lindgren, an actual astronaut, and I was like, hey, question for you. So you don't really need working legs in space, it sounds like. Question. How do you feel about, I don't know, prosthetic hooks to get around a spaceship? And he's like, yeah, that would work just fine. So it seems to me like being disabled in space is not really that big of a deal.
Well, and not even really a big deal, but also what space does to the human body is it fundamentally alters it. If you're looking at, for example, the twins, whose names, of course, now I can't think of, but they've come back, and what they've experienced in coming back after spending a lot of time is really similar to my postural orthostatic tachycardic syndrome. And so I think we also need to be talking about, like, what does space or will space do to the body? My reading yesterday, the person that I was writing, their eyes have been altered by the extracranial pressure, which is going to change your vision. They have a second heart because their vascular system wants to push all of the fluids up into their shoulders and their heads. Like, space is going to change the body and the way that it works here within our gravity well on Earth.
Well, and you also get into the fact that as people who are writing spec fic, if we think about the potential of alien species out there, the potential of life out there, it more than likely doesn't look like us. So this concept of us expecting that normalcy and what, people look like or should look like, as Day was talking about, of having 2 arms and 2 legs and things like that, is very, Earth-centric. And
it's not Star Trek.
Yeah, it's not, it doesn't have us set up very well to be open to the idea of life looking different from us. We have so many problems with the other as it is. Yeah. And so if we're writing science fiction works, we should be trying to push that narrative that disabled people aren't broken. We may look different, we may move differently and do things differently and require some more, adaptation to what we do, but we're not that lower end of the spectrum as Day was talking about. Maybe that will help people understand, alien species better as also being, not that different from us.
Mm-hmm. And I think maybe that's also the part of it is some of that idea of the spectrum of where people are on it is based on perception. It's based on the lies we've gotten for years from media and television that says people with disabilities are not as good as X. Hey, Elsa, how good are you with a sword? Do you think you could beat about 50% of the people who might be in the audience, not knowing who you guys are?
Yeah, probably.
Right? So you have a blind person who says they can kick your ass with a sword.
Actually, deafblind person can kick your ass with a sword.
There we go. And and part of it is because the belief is, of course, how could somebody do that? They can't do that at all. And I love these examples because I'm like, hey, I am number 6 in the United States in women's veteran foil. So unless you guys are 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5, I will kick your ass. But nobody's going to say a blind person could do that. There's no, we don't have any accommodations usually, or nothing technological. It's just what is learned and what is done out of skill. And so a lot of times when they're world building, and they come up with technological cures for things that might not necessarily have been a problem to start with. And without really an understanding of how disability actually works, right? So I think that's why in many ways people will say they'll create the full cure, or they'll create the technology that completely erases the disability, because we cannot fathom that if you have a disability, you can accomplish something, or you can be successful, or you can lead your own story. And that, I think, is the biggest problem when we talk about world building and disability.
Oh, yeah. I mean, to that extent too, as you just mentioned Star Trek, just the sheer fact that most Star Trek ships still have steps and stairs is ridiculous.
Yeah. I wrote about that for IO9, about why there are so many staircases in space, and that really goes back to, again, the fact that we're not having disabled people included in the world building.
Jay, all of us, by the way, please hire us for your writers' rooms.
Yeah, yes. Please. Jay over in the Discord said something that I think is really great. I want the concept of disability to move away from divergence from a norm to issues with function and experience as defined by the people who live with it. Ooh, and I think that that's brilliant. Such an important part of world building. Like, if you're going to be building a world with disabled people, and you should be, because we exist in every world that's out there, you have to, if you are not disabled, if you don't have that experience, your research needs to involve disabled people, which means your life needs to involve disabled people, which means you need to be following disabled people, consuming media with disabled people in it. Like, we need to be part of your experience. Otherwise, you're going to be imagining worlds where we don't exist.
Also, statistically speaking, your life involves disabled people. Just going by CDC stats, 1 in 5 adults in the US is disabled.
We're 25%.
Yeah, exactly. Stats on children
26.
are depend a bit. 26, that's it, sorry.
It's gone up.
Yeah, yay. We are legion. Resistance is futile. One of these days. But like, statistically speaking, we exist in your lives. And if you don't have discussions about disability with the people around you, what are you even doing? Like, if you don't think we exist around you, you haven't been paying attention.
You know, I also think it's interesting in the US and I'm not sure about internationally, but at least in the United States, segregating disabled students out from the general school population is still acceptable. And so what happens is I have a lot of friends who are like, yeah, I've had friends who were in the special ed class, but like I only ever saw them for 5 minutes on the playground, and then I never saw them again. And I'm like, yeah, so you had disabled classmates and you just didn't really pay attention. Like, I know people who have said to me, oh, you're the first blind person I've ever been friends with. You're the first deafblind person I've ever known. Or one point, I've had a couple people who I've dated who've been like, yeah, you're the only disabled person I've ever gone on a date with. And I'm like, okay, what kind of worlds are you living in that this is your experience? Because I'm very confused.
Accessible one.
Yeah. Well, and I think that that's really true. You know, when we talk about, like, New York City is always the one that I go to because it's supposed to be this bastion of, like, future thinking, and, like, that's where everything happens. But when you talk about just the school district alone, I know that it's more than 80%. I want to say the stats are closer to 85% of schools, public schools in New York City are inaccessible to disabled kids. And so if you're talking about, like, people are starting from a very young age, the world that they're living in is one where they literally don't have disabled friends that they get to grow up with. And so, of course, when they're writing as adults, of course they're writing worlds that are inaccessible because that's what they know.
That's part of the importance of making sure we have representation in fiction, because I was a teacher in Texas for a good number of years. And you're correct. In certain areas of our country in the United States, you won't see disabled people in general population in a school at all. It was interesting to me that at one point in my teaching career, I was teaching at what was considered the school that carried the entire deaf ed population for the district. And so anyone in this huge city that was deaf had to go to one school. But they actually did a pretty good job of bringing them into the general classrooms. And so I had a good 10 students in multiple class periods of my computer class that were deaf and came with their interpreters. And for me, it was very eye-opening as somebody who grew up in areas that, again, I did not encounter very many disabled people, to see just how much, even though we think computers are fairly adaptive, how much they're not. Like, what's missing in that for my deaf ed students. And so if we can do more in our fiction to expose people who live in areas that are not normally exposed, that's helpful. I do have a comment that came from the chat area. Ragbone Hair actually had a really good definition also that said that I've heard it argued that non-disabled people should be described as temporarily abled because you're most likely to need some kind of accommodation at some point in your life. I was kind of curious to see what you guys thought of that.
You know, I mean, I think that in some ways it's certainly accurate. I am a person who was technically born with a degenerative disease, but I didn't get a degenerative disease diagnosis until I was 26. And so up until the time that I was 26, I thought of myself as non-disabled. And I moved through the world as somebody who was non-disabled. And so I think that looking at it as, yes, at some point you will become disabled by virtue of aging, accident, whatever. There is just something about temporary abled that makes my skin crawl, and I don't know that I could say why. I don't know why that makes me uncomfortable, but it does.
Yeah, it feels a little insulting, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's the reason I don't use it as a term. But as far as the concept behind the term, absolutely. And I had to double check because it's like, so once you hit 65, the number of people with disabilities goes up to almost 50%. So, you know, and just the things that happen with aging, you're going to acquire disabilities. You're going to acquire things that interfere with activities of daily life, right? That's under that definition. So once you get to a certain point, it's going to hit everybody. We just have we tended to split off older adults and not think, we think of them as those are the old people versus those old people with disabilities. That these are things that can make it easier for their lives. And I think that's where we start to get where people start leaving out the idea that is much more broad and it's much more relevant to a whole lot more folks. So yeah, so I'm like almost half when you hit 65. And I think at 50 that, you know, the numbers are still going to be higher. So we start at like 26% and it goes up from there.
Yeah.
I think the other temporarily abled really makes my skin crawl is because not all of us have ever been able-bodied. I think I was able-bodied for about 2 weeks, and then that went away very quickly. And I mean, even saying that, it's like I was born with congenital rubella syndrome. Just because the effects of CRS hadn't really manifested yet doesn't mean they weren't there. I was completely blind within 2 months. I had lost my hearing, but nobody really noticed until I was 7. I had heart surgeries by the time I was 6 months. So like, I've never been able-bodied. So the idea of temporary ability, I'm just kind of like, but there are some people for whom that's not true. And I think it also kind of that term kind of erases the idea that some of us have maybe never been that way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's really accurate.
Yeah. One of the things that makes me really uncomfortable with the term is how it for a lot of people, disabled or disability is a really scary word that people would rather not use, and this feels like a way of tiptoeing around that, basically.
Yeah. And I think actually that's happening in the chat right now. Someone made the suggestion, better words, you're non-disabled or enabled, and like, nope, no, that falls under that whole concept of handy-capable or, you know, whatever other adjective that you want to use for us. I think we're happy with the word disabled. That's what we are. It's not a scary term, and I think that if we stopped approaching it as it's something scary or lesser or any other negative adjective that you want to put on there, no, thank you.
Yeah, I think we're acknowledging. I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
The thing that I say in the book that I'm writing is I talk a lot about how people really don't want to look at my body. They don't want to acknowledge the disability. People who I've known for decades will be like, well, I don't think of you as blind or deaf. I don't think of you as disabled. People, able-bodied people will do just about anything to not acknowledge that you have a disability. And that's why I think it's so important to say the word. Thank you, Lawrence Carter-Long.
Well, that's like
hashtag.
That's like when people say they're colorblind, and it's erasure of, you know, the fact that this person is a person of color and has a culture behind them, that there's meaning in that. And so I think you can be correct with the possibility that, you know, temporarily abled can be erasure of the fact that disability exists, especially since, you know, Elsa brought up a good point with people don't want to look at the disability. They don't want to look at you. And so because we're thinking about these things, one of the questions I really wanted to hit on was, you know, when you're building your worlds, since this is supposed to be about writing and world building as well, when you're building these worlds, what areas do you think will be most influenced by your disabled characters and their adaptive tech or their adaptive devices? You know, will it laws, travel, economy? I mean, when people are world building, what do they need to be thinking about that they might not be thinking about?
Medical systems. The way that medical systems work in your world specifically for disabled people, especially if you're writing cyberpunk, is a big deal. Because, you know, we're talking Starfleet. How does Starfleet handle disability when it comes to treatment? What are the requirements for disabled Starfleet members? Those are the kinds of things that I start to think about. Like,
or the very real example I just gave with the young man with this cochlear implant, and the company saying, if you alter this at all, you know, we're going to take it away. Or that plays a big role in that is how much people have that control themselves with regard to some of that, and the costs. None of this stuff is going to come cheap.
Yeah. Oh, and I think travel is a good one too that you mentioned, Raven. I think travel as a disabled person is drastically different than travel as a non-disabled person. And that kind of doesn't matter what you're talking about, like whether we're talking about the simplicity of being in a car, all the way up to airlines. Like traveling in a wheelchair is much more challenging. Just so many people don't know the stats about how many wheelchairs are damaged by airlines on a monthly basis, which they only just started reporting within the last, God, what was that, 18 months? Less than 18 months. So travel, I think, is a really huge one. And of course, that, again, goes back to this idea of non-disabled people and disabled people being able to interact in the world together. If you can't travel, then how can you have a world where you are easily commingled?
The guide dog is also highly entertaining.
So, and I'm going to put in a picture. If you put in any kind of ongoing conflict, as in related to wars, battles, I have a huge beef with a lot of military science fiction, insofar as you have wars. And
never disabled people.
Yes. Right. Or the technology is completely cured. I'm like, that's not going to happen, because there's so many varieties of injuries that come from that, where a prosthesis will not fit properly because of the way the limb has been mangled, or because of the brain damage that was done from concussive blasts. It's not going to connect to neural nets, like the example you gave previously. but there will be disabled people, and they may not want to use and this is still an issue actually with our current military. Most of them may not be as fond of using the word disabled. They'll say I was busted up instead.
Yeah.
And so there's still that divergence, but at the same time, they should be people with disabilities everywhere, gaining disabilities, living with them, adjusting to them as a part of anything that's got ongoing, and this goes for fantasy as well, not just science fiction, man. Go back and look at how many, not just knights, but folks in the fantasy time period had significant arthritis, were missing limbs, fingers, all sorts of things that came from a life lived in combat. So, so right there, you're going to hear my huge pet peeve. So please, if you have any kind of ongoing conflict, there should, even if it's far away, we're on this planet, but our young people go off to war. Guess what? They're going to be coming home too. So you should be showing that in your community. So I'm going to pause there, but that's my big beef with you guys. If you have anything with conflict, I want it to people with disabilities in your community.
As I said last year on a panel with Day at the Baltimore Book Festival, all your D&D characters have PTSD.
Yeah, someone was asking in the chat about the conflict over the current D&D combat wheelchair, and I just want to be like, dude, I fought spider rats last week in D&D. Yes, we can have a wheelchair, y'all. It's not complicated.
And they are kind of whippy. They were kind of cool little like minifigs. I was like, dude, that looks actually kind of neat. I want those.
Right. I ordered one.
Right? and they sent a little note. So you guys are thinking about putting service dogs in next, right? Because I want to battle.
Yeah. Please have a service wyvern minifig. Please, service wyvern.
That would
want
be awesome.
Yeah. Also, hey, just in case you didn't know, like dragons are totally historically accurate, and marginalized people came into existence like 5 years ago. That's how history goes, right?
Well, there were no people of color in history, right?
No, definitely also no disabled people and queer people, and I don't know what I did during my medieval history degree, but like mostly just studied dragons.
What was my master's degree in obscenity law and burlesque about? I have no idea. I mean, there are no people and there are no women.
Nope.
I think one thing that I would also love to touch on too is that disability is not always visible. When I am in my wheelchair, you can tell that I'm disabled, and when I am not in my wheelchair, you absolutely cannot tell that I'm disabled. And I think that it's really important that we write worlds where disability isn't always something that you can physically grok by touching or seeing or whatever verb you want to use there.
And if we were to talk about just last quick points, I know a big one I want to do is we're talking some pretty heavy stuff here, but I'm like, disability in some ways can also be fun, and because we're fun, and to infuse that in there. And I will give a story. A lovely friend was with her sighted friends, and she has a little cane and was wandering around the Renaissance Fair, and they were going, and it's like, oh my God, psst, there's a hot guy, 6 o'clock. There's a friend. I'm like, really, right behind us? Yeah, he's coming up behind us. She's like, oh man, he's coming past us. Oh wait, and it's like. So she's like, watch this. So she taps ahead of them a few steps and then throws her cane in front of this guy. Oh, my cane, she says a little too loudly. And this guy picks it up and he presses it into her hand. Are you okay? Oh, thank you so much.
But I think sometimes people just stay on Facebook, and I think there's an inescapable goal that we should all have of actually meeting face to face, even after the pandemic.
Okay, Julie? We can't hear you. You might.
Yeah. Hi. I lost my connection there for a minute.
That happens.
Again. Yeah. So I guess the topic is, are our clubs going to continue? How to get younger people?
Well, that was one of the questions.
Yeah. Well, I hate to be pessimistic, but I think it's really, really a hard problem because I think Michael and all of us were talking before the session happened. And Michael was so on point by saying that science fiction has gone so mainstream that you don't have to go to a con to meet other fans or buy stuff or find out what's going on or talk to your favorite author or any of that stuff. And those are all reasons that I started going to cons and why I've always loved going to cons. But now, like I see someone wearing something cool and I say, where'd you get it? And they go, oh, Hot Topic or Walmart or something, it's just so mainstream. So I think it's going to be really tough. And then you add in, the power of Facebook and Fortnite and all these things you can do just sitting at home. I think it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard to get people to come out and join clubs and come to conventions.
Well, if you're in the greater Cincinnati area and have any interest, I should have mentioned before, the Cincinnati Fantasy Group has a very inactive website called at www.cfg.org. And it does have a slightly more active Facebook page because I think Chris is one of the administrators and he posts a lot on that.
Yeah. I call it carpet bombing, but go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah.
I try to keep everybody informed as, you know, trendy things that are going on and news and opinions.
Okay. We've got about 2 minutes left if we want to take it. Or else do you think we've covered everything we want to? I guess some people, if you want to, can afterwards go into the Discord area and continue the discussion. For some reason, I have not been able to do much in Discord because it really does not like the security settings on my Mac. But
mine either. But
Scioto Odd is the Discord room. I've just been reminded by the wizard behind the curtain.
I'm hoping people who found it easier to connect to the Worldcon that was all online or NASFiC that's all online will maybe decide, you know, maybe I could actually, once it's safe next year with vaccines, actually go out and meet people face to face, even if we continue our Zoom and Facebook stuff, because I think we're social animals and I think there's a real community and connection. Like she was saying, you know, it's sad if people just don't feel the need to connect because you can get a sense of community and acceptance of all of our differences and mutual respect among the science fiction and fantasy community of fandom.
And I would urge people, anyone watching, if you have an opportunity to go to DisCon 3 in Washington, D.C. next year, fingers crossed, that actually an in-person convention, it's an excellent in-person convention to go to.
And hopefully we will be able to. And with that, I think I will ask everybody to sign off so they can get the room ready for the next panel. It's been fun, and thank the panelists a lot.
Thank you, Joel.
Thank you,
Joel.
Thank
Michael,
you. Thank you,
Doug.
everybody. Great discussion. Bye.
Okay.
Thanks, Julie.
Bye-bye.
All these mysterious messages that come up.
It's not you.
All right. We just got word that the live stream is ready to go. So Sharon, you ready?
Yep.
Okay. Sue and Steve, are you ready? Okay.
Hello, Columbus NASFiC. I am pleased to introduce our fan guests of honors, Sue and Steve Francis, who will be telling lots of wonderful stories of their convention and Worldcon experiences since 1954. Hi, Sue. Sue, can you hear me?
Hi, yes, hello. I'm Sue Francis, and this is my husband, Steve.
My first convention was 1974 at Con 2 in Washington, D.C. Very interesting convention for a first-timer. They had approximately 4,000 people in attendance, and they had a masquerade that will probably never be duplicated. They had over 200 costumes. We were in the audience for probably 2.5 to 3 hours, and had a very long parade of mostly naked girls. It got to the point where people in the audience were hollering, "Put it back on, put something on, please."
And the first Worldcon was Big Mac in Kansas City, 1986, and we attended the convention with our children. We took them with to the first Worldcon that I attended, and we got there, we parked, got in the Whitten Hotel, got registered, and then as we come out with the keys, my youngest daughter, who's I think 7 at the time, Laura, she said, "Mom, let me have it to the room. And you know what room number is?" And so, without thinking, she was in the key room, room key. I'll get that. Anyway, sorry about that. Anyway, and we were unloading the luggage, and as we got the luggage about ready to start taking up to the room, move the car, she comes down. "Oh, Mom, I've got it all cleared out. I know where the dealership is, I know where the show is, I know where our room is, and anything else you know, just let me know, and I'll tell you where that." And then she said, "Oh, and I have my own." Well, no, she told us about the elevator until later, but she found the special elevator ended up being Harry Truman's special elevator that he used, private elevator. And the fans not find that until I think the 4th day of the convention, and after that was fair game. But the most interesting part of that one, other than my daughter just taking off at a Worldcon, still freaked me out, was we went to the masquerade, and it was quite unusual. It was a nice masquerade. Then they had halftime while they always do. The judges go out and make decisions. And because I wanted to make sure that we got in masquerade, because people were telling me you have to get in line really long time in advance. So we got about 2 hours before they started letting people in the room. And we sat on the floor and waited. And when we got there, we had really good seat. We had front row center seats for the masquerade.
On the runway.
And by the runway. And my daughters, Steve and I, sat on one side, and the two boys, the year-old and the 16-year-old, went on the other side. And masquerade was finished, and they were going to judging in the time show. My oldest son asked if we could leave now and go do stuff. We said, no, you better wait for us because you'll never miss it again. But we should have let them know because for halftime masquerade, they started playing some music, and I looked at Steve and says, tell me they're not going to do what I think they're going to do. And he said, oh, yeah, they're going to do exactly what to do. And it was, Misha came out and did a striptease. And a lot of it was directed right to boys. And since they were center middle, and the youngest did not afford it at all. He looked up, he looked down, floor, he looked at the ceiling, down floor. But the 16-year-old, of course, absolutely loved it. And then after the masquerade was over, and we went back, got home, the 16-year-old went to school and told his friends, he said, you'll never guess where Mom took me this last weekend. And they said, where? And said, oh, she'd see a stripper. And, you know, all the boys, they came up afterwards. They were a high school band. And the boys asked me, they says, you didn't really take a stripper. Oh, man, you're the coolest, Mom. My mom would never do a thing like that. So, yeah, that's a story I had to really lay down. But she does a nice job dancing, and she hasn't done that for many years, but it was something she did. That was my first con experience. It was quite exciting, I guess. It's different. And Steve, your story.
Well, we got on the elevator after the masquerade, and after we got on and got toward back, Pasha got on the elevator. She was full dress, blue jeans, and a shirt, and so on. And my son recognized her immediately, the 8-year-old. And he made himself as small as he possibly could in the back of the elevator because he was absolutely sure that she was going to start off her clothes again. And he just wasn't having any of that. Of course, he's a 50-year-old now, and he's got a whole different attitude about things. Go ahead.
Well, you saw another story.
Well, as I said, our first convention was DISCON 2 in Washington, D.C. in 74. I rode up there with a friend, Ken Ames, and we had a heck of a time there because freeways were half finished, and we had to look for hours, literally hours, to find the road that went through to Washington from Louisville, since the interstate's not done. And we finally there, got parked, and as I say, the rest's pretty much free. It was first WorldCon. It probably took me a week to come down after seeing everything that's all at the WorldCon. Room that we had turned out to be what they call the G-Wing, which was a tower way over the north side of the property. And just for the deal of it, I walked it off, and turned out that from back of the Huckster Room, Tower Room, and G-Wing, a full quarter mile, all under. So you can imagine the amount of one that everybody had to do during this convention. Your turn.
Okay. The first WorldCon that we both worked at was SunCon, held in
Miami Beach.
My was look at the years in Miami Beach in 1977, and it rained a lot that weekend.
At 3 o'clock every day.
It really rained a lot.
But there's a possibility that the people who actually read comic books would not like that.
Never
looked at it. You know what, I want to modernize her, but then
registration.
so I think editorial wants to make it first visually
I've been realizing over the last couple of months that a couple of things that I did
yelled at on Twitter. You know what I mean? I think as a cartoonist, like most of us don't try to be provocative for no reason.
Unless you're a guest and they
like, I don't need that kind of static when I log on to Twitter. But it happens a lot. So I think, you know, the push to make things more modern and more sensible from a 2020 standpoint. Who would dress like this? Who would fight in shoes like this? All those kind of things. Sometimes I think those
one of the things that we all saw coming, because really, this is,
you know, where it could be books like
after hours.
Oh man,
one of the really interesting things
we talked about the sandals. We forgot to take large. You know what I mean? So I think there's a little bit more at place in the background of these things. But you know, I'm all for making
some of the big five publishers. You know, they handle Fireside and a few other things.
I think you see that also.
And that led to a consolidation where another. They were actually acquired.
Oh, I can take credits for you.
If you look at the original,
they were acquired by
another
printer, and that shift in resources in clients and work, you know, in streaming crafts, really had an impact in the pandemic phase. And not only are you having shakeups in the traditional offset world, the offset printer world, but also Lightning Source. Ingram's Lightning Source, which is a large POD service, starts having supply issues as well.
New Hope, we're very focused on Blue. We find out his backstory.
But it's been really interesting to see how
you
know, some of those U.S.-centric operations have been affected. More so than like my Canadian printer, they've been, you know, fingers crossed, but they've been, you know, all year I've sent 2 issues to press with them, shipped out to subscribers already during the pandemic. I'm about to send off the 3rd one, and you know, I'm a little worried about this one because we're cutting it close, but not because of that. We're cutting it close because, you know, I work with different editors, and each one has had their, you know, some people have had issues, and we've tried to be as accommodating as possible. It's like,
well, how did she go from being a rebellious teenager to being
so, you know, it's taken a little longer to produce
but I was a good boy.
And that's a really
pretty fortunate,
interesting, fun story.
They've been knocking it out of the
the latest prequel,
but you see it on the POD
series
side.
taking place like between episodes 4 and 5, where Darth Vader wants to track down this random Luke kid who, you know, beat him, and what's up with that? And yes, we see stuff like Alderaan asking Leia, is she going to lead them? And we get so much backstory, which is one of those awesome things you can do with comics. And obviously Star Wars, you know, the fandom was there and the fandom was waiting, so that's fun. Another Star Wars one, a lot of people adapted the Star Wars really original idea George Lucas had about Anakin Skywalker and Princess Leia falling in love, and Princess Leia becoming the new Queen of Alderaan. Like, again, draft 1 of the script.
That's the only one that ever came out hardcover.
And that's good for me, particularly
do you have any favorite Star Wars stories in comics?
Unfortunately, I didn't read a lot of
show it
I was a big fan
because
of original
writer
70s
is
Al Williamson,
American writer, she
Marvel
is
Star Wars.
and she is here.
But I couldn't let him talk about any of them.
That book is
They were beautifully illustrated. That's all.
Well, and of course, Star Wars was a universe that started as books, became movies, and then there was that whole
as far as
set of
because I know they were
and
the
then
first
the most
to do the hard
movies, there of course been all that debate, which you also often see in the comic, graphic novel world, where they definitely
in the US are going back and back.
there,
and back.
you know, there were certain lines of
Clearly
stories
there's an issue there.
that they were just like, okay, that happened in the books,
You know, now that
but in this universe, that didn't happen.
I think I need to find out
So
where the
I was really disappointed. Then we lose, for instance, Luke Skywalker's wife.
Isn't going to work anymore. The problem also mentioned people going under.
Assassin,
Don't
you know,
have any printers going
big
under
ass.
in
So
there.
I was like, what?
But we have had the distributor.
I have her figurine.
And that is a major
You know, I had an
problem
8-year-old daughter. I was like, what? I also think that currently we're seeing the Star Wars films and the prequels, especially, but even in the mainline, an expansion of diversity and passion, which has been nice. And then, of course, we continue to visit with those characters more in the comics.
Speaking of traditional publishers, one of the big tentpoles of a traditional publishing is in-person events.
And there were bodyguards around.
The very ancient characters, not just
reworking that format into something that's online, and we've seen a lot of that happening, but yeah, physical bookstores are getting left behind in that process, and it remains to be seen how that's going to shake out, especially for smaller indie ones. Because Waterstones, well, they can weather the storm, right? They were already going through their own drama, but a larger company as well, Barnes and Noble, these bigger. Although Barnes and Noble has been reducing their
I found Poe's story not that exciting. I just read the novel where he was a smuggler in his childhood.
There's actually a secondary side effect to all of that, and there's a direct correlation to print books being on the bookstore shelf to ebook sales. So with bookstores closed, I haven't seen any significant data yet, but I'm expecting that to actually result in slightly lower sales because that's how some people discover the books out.
And I'm getting tired of that. Novels.
We know that any experience with bookstores
and then really.
I didn't even think about that. I was reading Daniel Jose Older did Star Wars novel recently. It's Lando and
we got to go to.
A black woman on
they had two different
like a different kind of issue, which is that they're getting a lot of support right now from
what's it called?
the country.
It's Last Shot.
I meant it's Lando and L3, but yeah, it's Last Shot.
The second one. Yeah, I mean, it's Lando and L3 are partners, but it's Lando coming back to Han and being like, what did you get me into? And then Han being like, I think this is more
I'm really looking forward to having
not my fault. But there is some talk of food in it, but more so, there's some really fun discussion about Lando's clothes.
Oh gosh.
So,
he just went away.
That was one of my favorite.
She was the dancer, Sally.
I don't. Have you guys? Are you familiar with Daniel Jose Older's other work?
One of his
but I'm excited to talk about Keats.
And his wife was there, and his brother.
Okay, I'll just mention that he's from New York, and he's Latino and black, and he is an EMT.
And we went on
he writes urban fantasy, like
I'll tell Corey probably before he gets back. But
anyway, focused on,
there's a little bit of a song and dance to it because you could be doing it with anybody anywhere.
There's been fandom at this time
underneath it, and so
I wasn't really totally.
It's so rich. It takes somebody whose career has had them regularly interacting with the dead and dying, and then they take that to the page.
Anyway,
it's really interesting.
Anyway, I looked for that.
So what did you say you really wanted to talk about,
Steve?
Well, no, just I find the whole concept of world building really interesting.
It's funny that you don't know about it.
That's something that's
fandom fiction, of course.
Kind of
at that time, I just thought really cool that you are
creative.
So fast, I am that you are.
Just assume
story, Steve.
Deal with them
comic artist who really enjoys his drawing.
Well,
like
are now open again.
Sometimes the idea of where the robot got this on the side of its arm doesn't really come up. But it's had those questions. Like, what's on Boba Fett's armor? What does this mean? What, you know, all of that.
That's had
Searching for messages in the Bible type of thing that Mandel wants.
And now in The Mandalorian, we've had a chance to get into some of those things.
Which is people. And I find that stuff interesting visually. Sometimes I don't, as somebody who absorbs other people's stuff. Sometimes I don't think so deeply about that because I don't think it just isn't an answer anymore to a lot of people. Like everything has some of I find that to be a very interesting topic to explore. But what does world building mean?
Myself and another writer, Marion Kirby, you have to visit my house so we can stick to it.
Speaking of something that is really deep, I think, as far as world building, we have a question from the audience.
It's funny because those events will have
Bob Demian suggested a saga, which would be great to see in a movie or a TV. Do we think that would work?
Actually like a really
what
cool
else would you like to see made into
kind
a
of
movie
moment.
or
I don't know that we would have put energy into.
I'll let you go.
In person.
Oh, okay.
A good time for you.
Are you familiar with saga?
Okay, Atlanta.
I've been enjoying Saga.
Anyway,
That's
that was
a good one. I've been
convention.
enjoying,
The biz,
Lazarus can get really gross and violent. It's one of the ones where we didn't resurrect you and heal you, so we send you out to do all the dirty work and it's a question of exploitation. So brilliant comic. But again, the minute we have the power to resurrect and heal people, we get gross and violent.
and I was on the walkway.
One, I've been, you know, banging on the wall, going, give it already.
When I moved, I moved over so somebody could go past, and when I did, I turned my ankle.
Lately, Marvel superheroes.
Yeah, I've been thinking about it as well.
Got a very severe
It's a
sprain.
question, at least in my case, it's a question of bandwidth.
So here it was before the convention started, and I couldn't put my ankle. They took to the hospital to see the spray and wrap it up.
Squirrel Girl, we've got Kamala Khan's Ms. Marvel, we've got
never used crutches
Ironheart,
before in my life.
we've got
And do something
So
online
disaster.
that, you know, as you said, Dave, it brings in where people were like, you know, something that's run of the mill, 15 or 20 people,
and so as we sit there watching big budget Marvel movies, and yes, everybody's done the math about how many they did before they
anyway,
Black
yeah.
Panther and
I'm in Brooklyn. It's a small
walking, trying to get across the street.
Marvel Rising cartoon. It's on Disney
Okay, and when I get there,
it's fun, it's delightful, it's charming, it's for a young audience. It's got Marvel pops in. A lot of us are going, wait, not spend the millions on a really big budget.
Disabled.
Okay, there was my
And
you know, I guess
Sam says,
I'm sort of like Pablo there.
I have to have an answer for this.
We're worriedly checking those numbers every week.
Yeah, I guess there's certainly properties where we're like, we'd rather have
someone's given us
certainly rather have an animated version than
or
no
otherwise busy.
version at all.
You know,
I have a spicy answer.
Everything's so distracting. If one thing comes out of this, it sort of reminds us that fiction, is a useful distraction, and people value it at times like this.
I struggle with that.
So you know, we're fortunate in that regard. I know it's
hello everybody. This is Erwin Lamberg and and together we're going to do a joint reading. We often do joint readings and that's what we decided to do.
So to
And
me,
the decision was made
as
before
a
this is not the time
to realize the way. So today's reading is
all those efforts are being put on hold.
It's hard for me could go, oh, you know what would be a better version of
I was not
I
had too good
a movie, you know what I'm saying? So, not to
reminding me why I got into
There'll be
pictures
time for
and
Q&A.
because the feedback we're getting
server
from
and
communication we're getting
we'll
people right
see them
now.
and
And the amount of understanding
it's
we're
hard
getting
for
when all
me
these
to
things go
answer a
wrong.
question like that.
I'm hoping that patience
I
will
feel like
wear
there's a
out
big
over
part of
time.
culture that feels like movies.
And
celluloid, or however you want to say it, is the ultimate
the need for overwhelming sensation.
There was more.
It originally
I
appeared
I mean, I think there's still a lot of
suspicious
libraries,
of
I think it's
live for books.
if somebody's telling you
what it's about to
Anyway, that's my
anybody.
That's my story about
waiting for that.
There are some
waiting
things
for that.
that
Not
would go,
necessarily
well, yes, the
pessimistic.
thing that I read, they translated to the screen.
It's interesting you bring up the Reddit.
Say a few words about
we were thinking.
this is about two people who are working in third
which is a good thing actually.
The recent
is to try to reframe the problem.
maybe like 10 years ago.
I would like a live action.
Instead of trying to extract more value.
And I said to myself,
how do I try to figure out a way
just
to
need to
provide
be
more value in order to,
you know what I mean? So I kind of defend comic books
a little bit more.
It
sounds like something. It sounds like kind of splitting hairs, at least for me, reframing the problem.
I went looking for Scott McCloud's version or book making comics.
Tying it into some other ideas.
I think one of the things that he makes very clear is the type of perspective switching and the type of messaging that you can put in comics,
which I know is one of Neil's areas of interest as well. The problem
more challenging.
We're part of that issue.
How to express these types of things in fiction.
Continue to advocate for
a lot
value.
more
to read
obviously, of course, you can do that but comics, you have
that dichotomy and that kind of struggle.
I did find this
on
the other one, and this, I mean, you could tell just from the cover, right? You have.
I wouldn't go as far as to say whether we can
depiction that now, okay, we could do
something to be said about it.
in movies because it's gotten really
They
fancy,
run magic,
but still,
still
an effect.
Do you see different futures?
So
of course, it's a matter of choice.
Yeah, I mean,
Even those who find it
all the projects that we've been into have had like a pre-sale component,
if
so
I
it
go
didn't
without my
feel
budget for that,
talks a lot about
maybe it's about the
overwhelming
pain
and how you're going to represent it.
As I'm checking the equipment, I wonder why I'm having these thoughts. I think because of the part
how open their eyes are, like, or where they're looking, what they're looking at, and then how that
focus is always
like, oh wait, what are they looking at?
And the progress of the negotiation.
We've also started
the reader, the
I wonder
viewer,
if that means the
science fiction
isolation
magazine
really
called
is
Baffling Magazine, and we're focusing
I mean, you know this.
Well, I slow my
Patreon went to launch,
a very different narrative
or
Patreon.
14-year-old
Grow, it's not going to grow.
So relatively green patches takes time
And that feels comforting too, because it's just going to meet whatever the demand is.
has all the
If you're still
reputations
somebody that actually collects
trying to
physical
scale.
objects,
Of course, my master would
you
need
have
more
TV
dangerous
shows in your
maneuvers. I just hope you done the new ways.
Books
and
still
that's
have
going
that
life,
like infinite lifespan.
They always
sculptors a thick book and great boom, I put it right there on my shelf.
a lot of magic
But if you
moves
saw
to my
the
skin
sculpted
set
movie,
made a lot of friends here.
I never have, and it keeps that
We
means
got
I've already adjusted the ambient temp a few degrees higher.
it feels good in the hand. I just feel like the way that we are treating entertainment these days,
The lines carved into the bone
you
are careful by
know,
hand.
like binge watching
The sitting
culture is like
upright
we
is the
get
back
to
of
consume
itself.
things, and
One
then
day
we wait for the next
cousin
thing.
would.
So I
I
think
think
it's really
that's
a little bit of a specialness.
A lot of people
Because you'll
they're
keep a book for
London.
ever.
Master Sunday is setting up
story
remember
pull it out from
doing
storage
specific
inside the
things.
So,
bulkhead.
like I said,
And,
I'm really about
we
this.
got
They
the
were
bus
with
route.
us.
Thanks
We've
to
done
the
this so many
went in.
times.
The other thing that
I
I
say
am
I'm
keen
ready.
to
I'm eager
is
to begin.
She went
We were
to
stuck on the beer
the
station for
possibility
days
of
on
me
days.
on the tube
Our
was
time consumed with
was
administrative
confused how it was
tasks.
achieved.
I starved
I'm
for
sorry that I
and
derailed the
couldn't
whole
find
the
the
whole.
time.
No, just
that
that
Simply
I've done
closing
before
the
because
front of the
it's
bed
something
sheet.
that
She's like, there are a lot of things in there. What are you talking about?
Order
customers
but this chamber is like that.
You look at a book
like
shit.
Oh,
Distractions
that's
inside. No straight power leaking out
that whole thing as well. I'd really like to have.
I lie stomach down.
I mean, I have to admit, I've had things that I've purchased because I'm interested in that.
Everything seems to be
Off of Amazon,
I
but
still
only
have
because
it.
I
I
Kindle
keep my
version.
hand over the side of my face.
That I was like, oh, Nettie Purple has this comic out. Well, of course I want to buy it because she's awesome, and of course I want to read it.
What would you do without me?
Awesome, and then I buy it, and then years later, I have this back on the shoulder. My Kindle.
They start with their band and go grabbing a phone.
The other side of it is Marvel.com.
So it's interesting.
But Marvel.com is $10 a month or whatever.
I can tell that
Every Marvel comic they've ever done came back to the Adventures of Marvel. My research, I've been sitting there going, I'm in Avengers 237 and having it right now with convenience. So that's
they're not
My back burns. I groan at first and tears and snot.
I looked over and I saw.
What's going on in here?
From other publishers
Well,
that
I don't
audio
work
books
anymore,
sales
so would you
went
like
down.
to meet me?
I have to lock the door.
But like I said earlier, the podcast has been
It works automatically
So
once the
unusual.
frame is
up
disengaged.
some
I think
months
about
it's
it
down some
It
weeks.
should be encrypted. I know I'm
It's
certain
just
of every
off pattern.
You don't know
And the best I could figure was
Their voice flavors is so
already
pushing me out of
I
my
tried to
room.
create in my head.
Again, I've got them coming
can't.
and going so fast that I just go for what do the libraries have? What can I
I
get on
sit
the
up
internet?
trying to suppress the shaking caused by the sudden
And
I'm not sure where to put all the magic. I clumsily wipe my face and hug myself. Why is it on a new West so
And in these subscriptions,
I know it's hard to do it.
services provide access to electronics, and of course that does make
Powering the
this
ship,
accessible to
say,
people
my voice is easier, baby,
who can't get out of the house.
There's
a comment
Viruses or something. But also, but you know, I do think it's interesting. Like my daughter,
if you ever want
she has read some comics.
You are
heard me
hearing
read my webcomics, and she always wanted to read them over my shoulder. And so finally, I was just, I need to not.
They know they old people are not supposed to
There's a big
I feel they're geared up to apologize.
I'll take better comics
Some of their
your
Brandon
computer and you're allowed to
They has
read
it.
comics.
And never before.
And then she just like
Online.
took off with
Then
it. Oh, Rose is Rose. Right. Did that thing where she just binge
So you're
read it
always
for days.
providing a constant flow of
She had a great
people
time.
can
Which I think is great.
Is not one that come to a
You
sudden
know,
stop.
but generally speaking, when
I
I went
am
out
not
to
letting
get
it
over,
go.
there's a lot of
sudden
things online for you guys if you want to read something. Or
one issue
library
that
has
comes up there
much
is some
online.
of
It's just
our,
they
like some
ran
of
out
your
of
big
it.
stories, for example, that drive a lot
They're
of
not
traffic,
torturing me.
but then
Please.
some
read yet.
I
pay
wave
well.
my arms.
So an alternate to that is actually
I know I'm losing
free,
control. I
free,
need to release the magic priest. You should
there's a lot of different
Yeah, well, and these are like I
models around
tend to.
that.
I
One of the
found,
things that's
although I love
more or less
being
been proven is
you-
One of the things
they
she
will
said,
generally
mostly if I have them
during
signed
the-
to me, I'm not.
I will
having to
protect
do it
publication
anymore,
stuff.
so
This
they
would be
have
a
that
wonderful
freedom.
freedom and music.
If somebody walks in the door and I'm like, hey,
if
this
it
is
causes
awesome.
you
Hug myself
Read
in
it.
readership,
Take it.
Sorry.
Give it to somebody
you know
else.
that
I
you're
don't see how my master grabs the
you're
man
giving
directly
readers
gives
that
them
are
out.
directly proportional to
I
your
can hear their
readership.
cuffs
Is
as they manually turn the law.
public.
Hurried steps
It's always
upon
trade-offs, right?
My master is
Yeah.
Tied up
You guys
with
have
the
any
word.
stories about
Arms
favorite
around
players?
it.
But yeah, there's different formulas out there, or
No,
formulas.
There's
different approaches. I think it's worth spending a little time exploring
The
this.
magic tears at my sides
See
and
what works, and maybe something works for Clark's World that doesn't work for Fireside, and vice versa. You know, it's like you said, it depends on your readership and the way that it
And
behaves.
have a robust
I mean, you already have some of this too with the publications that are bi-monthly and release half their content early. There's no real indication that it's giving them any advantage over people who are releasing.
What I was going to bring up was one of my favorite things that was
like if you're subscribing to print, you're getting things before, and it used to be just 3 months, but now I've pushed it out more just because it's easier for us production-wise, and it allows me a little bit of editorial freedom in terms of slipping things in.
But
that's essentially
to me,
you know, if you're subscribed to print, you're getting things ahead of
restaurants. I'm like picky.
Or people are seeing in the ebook. Yeah, the one thing that you did mention earlier, which really resonates with me, is interest in a particularly around I have complicated feelings about words as a publisher. But one of the things is that, you know, when the story gets published,
like it focuses more on this was the story that they told, so we got to tell the story.
We had a story by Finisher.
Both of these
nominated for a few awards last year,
to me,
and
the graphic media aren't as rich as the original adaptation.
You know, if we had been running some kind of a paywall back then, that probably would have taken that story
really hard to show
very accessible in the moment, right?
You have that.
But yeah, it makes it a little bit easier.
For just the who are working.
Something about the way she carries herself, something about the way she talks, I don't know, but it's
actually working. If we knew that early enough, we would be millionaires.
Dave is on the right track. Start small, spend what you have coming in, and grow over time with interest. That's the biggest mistake a lot of magazines make. They launch with what they have in mind as their main vision, and they have really fast. Or they find that they
I think I want to see it from a point of interest. Like I want to see how they're going to pull this off.
Really in trouble
because it's so
character-driven.
I don't know if you think about that, but I'm just thinking about the shelf in my
Fireside. We launched into that.
No, that was
somebody with songs for hand.
I will not tell you what membership for. It was before I learned
how quiet comic like
you could afford based on
yet I'm tempted. I want to know more about and how he enjoyed the artist theme.
Well, and it's not so common.
Still hurts from losing you. Always long same thing. I do not care how it hurts. I swallowed better.
This is going to cost us X amount of money to spin up production. You know, how quickly can we like our revenue is sustaining these productions? And we ran these numbers and said,
you say that, and
X
ragged breath, and he
by
took his
January
hand
of the
away
following
from me.
year, or by the end of the calendar year. And I think,
clasped
we
his hands
made
behind
it
his
by
back,
January of the
like I
following year.
often. But
So
he's
it was a little
bored. Because he like, yeah, I haven't seen him
kind of
before. And almost immediately he unclasped his hands and put them on his knees.
I think
on our day there.
What? You do not like to restrain yourself?
Day there.
This is kind of turning into a rerun
Stop talking
like
there
was a lot of talk about planning.
Have a chance to find out more about this person
without
without somebody getting T-boned by a car. Like every time I see a show now and somebody's driving a car, I'm waiting for the sudden accident because that's like I've been trained for this.
Inside a big fire in we should
close my eyes.
I did want to mention one other type of adaptation. Valerie and I were talking about this too.
Inspirational last words.
It was them that began to say no.
Which was an adaptation of a well-known story.
I thought of how I had already done a story, and how if he was an assassin after all, then all those memories
I had tried to get Jim out of
go straight to the ladder,
panel.
him to face down against my will.
Buses that came and picked people up,
in this moment,
and they all
could choose from something
there would
other
be
than choose not to be safe. He waited for me, reading with me, until I was ready to speak.
make.
Even people that have
not with knives. And those have been really interesting to me.
Not with knives. I never said anything about knives.
No, great power primates the story of female scientists
how it could go,
to perhaps a younger,
where it could lead
the audience
in the translation presentation.
They
Finally, I made my decision.
put out software that's specifically designed to take on InDesign, Photoshop, and Illustrator.
I opened my eyes to see the
I transitioned to using their work, their software last year, and as somebody who'd been jockeying InDesign, Photoshop, and Illustrator for the last 25 years, it's been surprisingly accessible.
Came to mind earlier. I placed these hands when you were talking about.
If you're afraid of the Adobe beast, there are alternatives.
I've already pulled up some very heavy things, by far the heaviest. This is 3-volume. Everything's hardcover.
Building.
Box set.
Something called the that where a builder lends his names settled
I think I thank you in general to everybody that's still reading and listening and buying what we're putting out there and what everybody else is putting out there. That's what's keeping this industry alive.
And I remember too how my star had not removed its presence. I felt deep inside me and something
we will wrap up.
Any final thoughts? Dense and fascinated and waiting.
Are there any more questions?
There's so much, and
he talked on the web of
a favorite series where you're
going to rise through the surface.
Yeah, I just
the pain of it was immense.
You know,
joy. Pure joy that descended between my stars.
Like we were saying, we can't do it alone. We do it for the love, and we do it for the
Good
readers.
point. There's a lot.
It's the lifeblood.
Sorry, there weren't any questions posted in the
No
chat.
one post questions. Okay.
Read more comics. Make sure everybody gets out our free comic day and support your local comics.
Everything
and I would choose it to
Yeah,
do so.
an encouraging word from a high school
Seeing
teacher.
everybody next year.
Touching,
That makes your day.
struggling to speak.
Thank you guys so much for joining me for this
I
panel.
too
And yeah,
Nice
you
to
know,
meet
I'm
both of you.
not planning on going
Thank
anywhere
you.
at the moment,
And
as long as I don't actually
breathing,
contract
we
COVID
can,
myself,
doing
then I will
nothing
carry
until
on
he was
publishing
ready.
Come
and
over to the
doing
Discord.
stuff. And,
This,
you know, maybe one of the effects of this is that there will be more
I stretched my hand and placed it on his chest until again we were mirrored in each other, touching and touched, seeing and being.
Have you been on the Discord?
I breathed in my own deep names, tethered to the deep names of my star, and then reached under his
as
skin
long as
with the
you're,
barest pinpricks of
You
light.
can see the most things
I made the
if you're
feeling subtle,
registered
but it
with
was
Discord.
Carry on.
He closed his eyes, just getting
And I
used
think
to
we
that
are
feeling,
almost
while his
run
deep
out of
names
time
dug under
now.
my
We haven't
skin,
actually been
harsher than
kicked out,
before than
but
gentle.
there isn't a countdown clock
said,
to say where we
more.
are. If
I
people
spoke
carry on,
making pinpricks into deep names.
for coming.
A temple working that
We are
one
now
was
on.
potent than his,
Yep.
and he
No
did
doubt.
likewise.
Okay,
Our
so,
voices
off to
ringing
Discord then,
harsh
folks.
against each
Sure.
other
Where
until we
in
netted
Discord?
each other, held each other in a web of
Kyoto
light and fierce
even?
joy. His deep names expanded, moving deeper in me, brushing the surface of my star. In that moment I knew, in that perfect moment of trust much deeper than anything I had allowed to ladder, the Raker could have overpowered me if he wanted. I had not taught him expansion, but he seemed to learn from observing, and so he could learn it now, take control of my star and of me. I did not recoil. He tugged on the brilliant net of his magic under my skin. Close, so close. I too pulled on the deep names I planted in him, each bringing the other close to the surface, cresting and falling and cresting again, until with a harsh cry he broke the surface of my skin. 100 brilliant sparks of light that buzzed and melted in the air around us. Light welled out of my wounds, and I cried with a perfect feeling of it. Crowned of that night and everything it offered. I made a fist and pulled likewise, breaking through the barrier of his flesh. As his scream crested and faded, the white brilliant pinpricks of deep names I had made congealed into diamonds on his torso and arms. I spoke again to make the lines of white gold run between these stones, to make for him a wearable net. When he could move, he touched it, a puzzled look on his face. What is this? A gift. You can take it off or you can wear it. The stones will help you regulate the pull you exert on the others, so it will not overwhelm if you do not choose, until you learn to do this perfectly and unaided. I leaned back against the cushions, dizzy and floating. He frowned. I touched your star. In that moment, you could have destroyed me. And you, me, and even my star. But you did not wish to be consumed, he said, or subsumed. And neither do you. He smiled, floating with me. This is better. This is good. Yes. Thank you. And now I think it's time for us to open it up for any questions that people might have. Bring it on.
I can try to log in
to Discord.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just
Okay.
Now,
I'm going to share a screen.
Alan, if I remember right, once I'm done.
Introduce you, Alan, at the very end. Let you have your say, and then do the final 15-second wrap up. So.
Okay, we are live.
All right. Whoever's out there listening to us, thank you for coming to Closing Ceremonies for NASFiC 2020 Virtual. We've had a fantastic weekend. As far as I can tell, nearly everything has worked all the time. These virtual events are sometimes problematic, and we did have a couple of glitches earlier today, but for the most part, everything has worked out very well. And the feedback I've heard is that things have been a lot of fun. So I want to thank everybody who attended my concerts, everybody who attended my panels, everybody who attended everybody's panels, because everybody put in a lot of work to make sure that this would be fun for you all, and I hope it certainly was. We're going to hear from some of the celebs and other people who have made it to this convention, and they get to thank us all. They get to thank you as well. First would be our con chair, Lisa Deutschergen. Lisa Michelle Garrison. I keep losing track of which Lisa is running what.
Thank you, everybody. Yes, I'm Lisa Michelle Garrison. I am the con chair. I am so proud of our team, and I'm so happy that everybody came and had fun, had good conversations, enjoyed the music and the art. I do want to give a short update on Christopher Garcia and his situation out in California. He had to evacuate from his neighborhood due to the fires and has not been able to participate as much as he really wanted to. But I did get an update that his neighborhood currently seems to be okay, that the fire break that was set up at Highway 9 in West Park seems to be holding. So one step at a time in that area. So just keep him in your thoughts and prayers, and as he moves forward in that uncertain area. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I really want to thank our team, Hafida and Ann, for a fabulous program. They really pulled together and did a marvelous work there. And Alan for being the pin that holds everything together and getting this to move forward. There were tons of other volunteers. There's in the program book, there's a whole list of them. I really appreciate everybody that has been involved in this process since it began 2 years ago. And I really am thankful that even though COVID hit us hard, we were able to pull off a wonderful event. So thank you, everybody, for being a part of it. And I'm hopeful that we can get con t-shirts available through Off-World Design. I'm working with Barb on that, so we'll see how that works out. We will have that posted on social media and the website if that ends up being a reality, because I have had that question been raised. So thank you, everybody, and thank you all my guests for being here. I really appreciate that. You have helped make the convention successful. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Lisa. And now we move on to one of my favorite authors and my favorite people at conventions, the master of the 1632 universe, Mr. Eric Flint.
Thank you. First, I want to thank NASFiC for inviting me to come here. It's been a lot of fun. And this is a new experience, I think, for most of us, trying to do this virtually instead of the way we're used to doing it. And what I do want to invite people to come to, if you're interested, in 3 weeks from now, on the weekend of September 11th to 13th, we're holding the Ring of Fire convention. It's the 20th anniversary of the publication of my novel 1632 and the 1632 series that has continued on ever since then. And the fans of the 1632 series have held a convention every year for about the last 17 years. This is the first one we're doing virtually, but there are advantages to doing things virtually, so we can actually expand it a lot beyond where it used to be. So we're going to be holding a lot of different panels and simply on the 1632 series. There'll be a lot of those for people interested in it, but there'll be plenty of other panels as well. Among the guests who are coming are David Brin, Mercedes Lackey, David Weber, Stephen Barnes, Jody Lynn Nye, And I know I'm forgetting somebody, and I'm going to get my ass chewed. It's going to be a lot of people out. It's going to be a very good convention, so please come. There is no, we're not charging attendance, although we are asking for donations if people can swing it, for which you'll get some free ebooks. Well, they're not free. You got to put the donation to get them, but that's how we're going to finance the thing. And the way to stay in touch with it is just go to Ring of Fire Press's website. That's ringoffirepress.com. On the homepage, just look for the newsletter, sign up for the newsletter, and you'll be kept informed of what's happening. Anyway, so that's a plug. But just to finish up, I want to, again, thank NASFiC for inviting me here, and I hope everybody had as good a time as I did.
Thank you so much, sir. We also have with us here the fan guests of honor, Sue and Steve Francis.
Hello. We've really had a good time with what we've done. We've had a really hard time learning how to use the internet properly, but with help, we have done okay, I guess. So we made all of our programs. First one, I don't think we had any camera, but we did do the program. And the second, well, the rest of them we've had some camera. So although people have been laughing because they get half of my face and half of Steve's face in the camera, so it wasn't. We're trying to get us both in there. But anyway, this was our first virtual convention, and we really learned a lot more about computers. We can do better if there's ever another one like this. But we did have a good time, and we enjoyed being able to participate. Wish we'd been able to be there in person. It would have been a lot more fun, I'm sure. We could have met more people. But we did meet some people who were working on the program with us, and that was great. And we'll hope to get to meet them in person sometime. And now that we've had to get online, do this online, it's time to say goodbye. But I've had a great time. How about you, Steve?
I think we really enjoyed being able to tell WorldCon and RiverCon stories and a little bit of history. And what we really are looking forward to is Washington, D.C. next year on, I think it's the Labor Day weekend. And hopefully we'll see all you guys in person. That's all we have now.
Thank you both so very much. Alan has also got some video from Brian Herbert and Kevin J. Anderson. If you can run that now.
Well, it's been very nice talking with you as a talking head. I hope to see a lot of you in the future personally. So we're doing the best we can under the circumstances, and I know all of you are too.
Yes, and it's closing ceremonies. You'll have to have your own dead dog party and celebrate a great NASFiC. We wish we could have been there, and we're pleased to have been guests of honor, even if we couldn't physically be there. So we hope you had a great convention, enjoyed a lot of our virtual panels, and made some new friends.
And this is quite an honor. Thank you for the invitation. We really appreciate it.
Thank you all. Maybe next year's NASFiC. We'll try to be there then.
Okay. Yeah.
Most excellent. Last but not least, the guy who has basically held the entire convention together by technology, Alan Bond, wanted to say a few things. Alan, please, by all means, and thank you for all your hard work all weekend. You kept this thing running.
So before I talk too much, there is one more video I wanted to share. Although I guess I'll wait on that one because it's a good closer. But this has been a production in association with the World Science Fiction Society. NASFiC happens in years where WorldCon happens overseas. This year it was in Con Zealand. And the next big WorldCon is next summer in DC. And we have gotten from them the video that they showed at the at closing ceremonies in Con Zealand, and they've asked us to
to share that here as well. So I'm going to go ahead and play that right now, and then I'll come back to Mark Mills because his message really does a really good closing for this event. Thank you to all of the volunteers. This event would not have happened without all of the panelists who volunteered to come and do this, without all of the chat wranglers and Zoom hosts and Discord moderators and the gaming track and the concerts and the filking. I mean, there's so many different moving parts that came in and so many different people that put their passion into this event. And this event doesn't happen without fandom. Fandom is the lifeblood of conventions, and conventions are sort of like coming home for all of us, and it really is a hard transition to digital, but we really love that you guys all joined us here, and we love all of the effort and all of the energy that all of you have made to make it here this weekend, figuring out how to get into Discord, figuring out how to deal with our little login buttons on the website, all of the little impediments that were put up there. We still love that you made your way through all of that and got to enjoy this convention. But here's a video from DisCon.
Hey Colette, how's the con been so far?
It's been going really well. It's kind of hard being in two places at once, but I've really enjoyed it.
Yeah, no kidding. But we're gonna make it.
I know, but just one more thing.
We're on the clock now.
And it's gonna be a busy year.
Absolutely. We've got a lot of great plans, and we'll tell you about them, but first, a few words from our guests.
Hello, my name is John Harris, and I'm a science fiction illustrator. In fact, I've been doing covers for science fiction books for about 45 years. And I suppose because of this, I have been given the honor of being guest artists at the Convention for World Science Fiction in Washington next year. And I'm hoping that all of you who are watching this will come and see it and enjoy the way that I did when I first went to one in 1979 in Brighton, in England. And it was a great revelation to me, and I hope it will be for you this year.
Hello, I'm Nancy Kress, and I'm thrilled beyond words to be guest of honor at DisCon 3. Although thrilled beyond words is not a thing a writer should say, since words are what we're supposed to have to offer. My first Worldcon was almost 40 years ago in Boston. I knew nobody, not a single soul, and I wandered around going to things and being utterly dazzled by everything that I saw. I never thought back then that I would get to be a guest of honor at a Worldcon. But I'm very pleased and very grateful that I will be, and I look forward to meeting as many of you as I can in DC. Thank you.
I'm Malka Older. I wrote Infomocracy, Null States, State Tectonics, and Other Disasters. And I'm so excited to invite you all to DisCon 3. I've actually never been to a Worldcon, so that's one thing I'm very excited about. And I'm really excited for the trip to DC because I don't know how many of you know DC, but it's an amazing city that's walkable and diverse and has a bunch of free museums and great neighborhoods and fantastic food. So I'm looking forward to visiting the Sculpture Garden, going to the National Portrait Gallery in its beautiful courtyard, enjoying some pupusas, maybe some Georgian food, maybe some Uyghur food, and I think it's going to be a great time. So I hope to see you all there.
Hi, I'm Cherie Renee Thomas, author of 9 Bar Blues, Stories from an Ancient Future, Sleeping Under the Tree of Life, Shotgun Lullabies, and the editor of the Dark Matter Anthologies. And I'd like to invite you to join me for my very first Worldcon happening next year, 2021, in Washington, D.C. So please come to DisCon 3. I look forward to meeting each and every one of you. If you see me in the hallway, I'll probably have on something bright and festive. Go ahead and just say hey. Looking forward to it. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Hi, I'm Ben Yallow, the fan guest of honor for DisCon 3, which will be the 50th anniversary of NASFiC in Boston in 1971, the very first Worldcon I attended. and I've been to all of them since. I've had a wonderful time at all of them, and I look forward to DISCON, particularly because it'll give me a chance to see all of the people that I've met through the years at WorldCons and lots of other conventions, particularly those who I've worked with on those conventions through the years. I've had a great time as a convention volunteer, and I look forward to continuing to do so, and I would encourage everybody to do so. It makes the convention better, it makes the community better.
Our editor guest of honor, Tony Weisskopf, wasn't able to break away from her editing to film a video for us, but her earliest memory of WorldCon was being able to skip classes in college to be able to attend the WorldCon in Atlanta in 1986.
Thank you for sticking with us till the end. This isn't about us, though. This is about the world coming together to build a better future.
Our congratulations go out to Norman and Kelly and the whole Con Zealand team for creating the first ever virtual WorldCon.
And we also want to take a moment to thank our staff who is busy at this time creating the best DISCON 3 we can create.
Here are a few of the highlights for next year.
We plan to host a reception for our local creators from DC, Maryland, and Virginia.
We're going to have a Hugo finalist reception that will be open to all attendees of the convention.
One of the fun things we're hoping to do is have a dunk tank where you can dunk your favorite smough for charity.
We're also working on having several aspects of the convention that will be virtual for those who cannot attend in person.
And we're looking to have exhibits from the Smithsonian Institution, NASA, as well as other government agencies.
See you next year in DC.
I am looking forward to that so much. That is going to be just a blast.
And then, yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt, Alan. Go ahead.
There's just the one thing from Mark Millis. You go ahead.
No. You go ahead. Please. I thought that was in the wrap up. So.
No problem. This is the video from Mark Millis. Or this should be the video from Mark Millis. There we go.
Hi, I'm Mark Millis. I hope you had a good time at this science fiction convention. Science fiction that inspires minds to come up with future science. And on that, I have one more duty to perform. You'll remember this as just a science fiction convention, but we've implanted in your subconscious new scientific discoveries that you will find in the future. Thank you.
Did he just flashy thingy me?
Yeah, he did. He did. Yep.
Oh, goodness. In any case, this has been a magnificently fun time. There's been a lot going on all weekend. There is a lot going on in the near future. We have some of the conventions like the one that Eric mentioned in 3 weeks. What was the name of that one again, Eric?
It's called ROFCON, ROFCON.
Got it. Okay.
The way to stay in touch is just go to the ringoffirepress.com website and you can follow it there.
Rock and roll. We have a lot of things going on with Dragon Con, including some virtual concerts coming up in the next couple of weeks before the official Dragon Con weekend. There's things for OVFF, the Ohio Valley Filk Fest, coming up in October. That's gone virtual. WindyCon in Chicago has gone virtual. There are so many other conventions that are online. We've had Constellation going on since March. They kind of put it together as a joke, and it's been going on for 6 months. Fandom is not at all dead. We're not even quieted down a little. We've just started to rely on the technology that we all know so well, and some new stuff that has let us do some breakout work. So, on behalf of Lisa and the rest of the convention staff, on behalf of the guests, and there are so many guests, please get your program book, download that, and see all the wonderful people who've been doing stuff here. On behalf of Alan and everybody else who had to work behind the scenes, I would like to thank everybody for putting together a fantastic NASFiC and for having, I'd like to thank everybody for attending. We love you all. Please stay safe, stay well, keep in touch with us online, and catch you next time. Okay.
Are we offline?
We seem to be offline now.